Hello. Time for the live stream, and I'm Chris from Airwindows, as you probably know. I'm here to do some coding and drink some coffee, and I'm not out of coffee yet, but I'm also not out of coding yet because today is a good day to jump into d-crackle. So as always, I can engage in conversation while I do this, and I'm delighted to answer questions and stuff. And while doing that, I'm going to see whether I can't make more progress on the d-crackle plugin. You remember literally last Thursday, I guess it would have had to be Thursday, I spent literally all day working on this and got nowhere. It did not work. Excuse me while I prop up my laptop a little bit. There, that ought to do. So I returned to it kind of on my own time and worked on it all Friday and Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Still got nowhere with it, but I have ideas and things that I can try. So as long as I can manage shuffling around the stuff that I'm doing, trying to prop the laptop up so that I can comfortably work with it. And that wasn't it. I'm trying to prop it up on a dice. Well, I guess I'll just end up seeing what I can do with all or any of this. I know, let's prop it up on a couple of other things. Don't mind me. As usual, I'm going to be quite distracted dealing with all this, but it's probably all to the good. We shall see. We can but try. So, d-crackle is a plugin designed to take away vinyl surface noises. And there are certain characteristics of vinyl surface noises. Surface noise tends to be hard left or hard right, meaning that it is not going to be mid-channel, and it's not even going to be purely side-channel either. I've already tried a thing of kind of isolating just the hard left or hard right stuff and subtracting mono and side channel stuff from that, and it did not work. Honestly, I've tried all kinds of things. Here's where we're at so far. And there are other things I can work on and talk about today as well. It doesn't only have to be just this. Here is a crackly record. And here's where I've got to at this time. Got all this stuff going on just so I can do something like this. So I've got a threshold control, and I'm tracking a different thing this time. To the extent that I can literally make the crackly noises be somewhat more isolated. See, they're coming out, and if I switch it back to normal, we still hear a lot of the other crackliness. But I can make it so that it is taking some of the louder pops out. Like here's bypass. And I engage it. So I'm successfully taking some of those louder pops out. The trouble is there's still all this other crackliness in there. And I was kind of hoping I'd be able to do something with that. Here's our code. Here's stuff that we are no longer even using the other Bezier filter. We're only applying the raw d-click material. We've got that turned really high up. And one thing I can do is show literally what's being made to happen out of this. And this is part of how I go through this process, is trying things and seeing what they do. So having made a build, Interesting, John Dub. So if we apply it like this, we are then only seeing the output of the d-click algorithm. So what that tells us is it kicked in for a bunch of clicks, but it's also kicking in during this section. And that's music playing. It's not actually surface noise there. So I'm going to be trying to avoid that. Part of that is the way it's incurring this threshold control. So I'll jump back to here. And here's where we're at right now. And this is my suggestion for what to try next. I wrote down the thing I was going to see whether I could do. Here's all my various controls. All of these I'm using for something. And since I haven't taken this option yet, what we've got is, this is the Bezier filter that takes input sample and gives us a rolled off version. The hope is to be able to switch over to this rolled off version when the clicks happen, so that the clicks aren't simply cutting it to dead silence. I'd like to be able to cut out the clicks, and Bezier curve is a good enough way of doing that. It will calculate where it thinks the audio is meant to go. And this is what it would transition to. It's also a thing where I can roll it off so extremely that it's like it was silence. In fact, I can roll it off to nothing. It's the rolled off version. I wonder whether maybe it would be fun to let's maybe do a thing. I like to switch around among a bunch of these different things. And John, bear in mind, the ratings of meter are not actually a quality rating. It's measuring a bunch of different stuff. And if you've got an AA happening, what that means is there's a bunch of things happening in the sound. The sound is busy. The sound is about dense enough to be appropriate. It has some diversity in the peak energy. It has some diversity in the slew energy. It's got some diversity sort of in the microdynamics. So not a problem having it on the verge of clipping. It's where you're putting the energy and what the energy's doing. And if you've dropped it down by just applying dub plate, that means you had a lot going on in the bass, but that's not always a bad thing. I've not even really done much with dub plate going into meter, other than using it to dial in. And, oh, by the way, you were the first to hear on this live stream. There are a couple of things I can tell you on the live stream, those of you who are still here, because a bunch of people ran away, that the guy who gave me the reference audio, and I think I have it here. Sure do. This is the reference audio for dub plate. And it's all my various things on this particular track. He says he can get me the actual audio that was sent to the dub plate mastering house. And he didn't want to give me that one because apparently it was more distorted than the digital version that he supplied, which makes no sense because whatever the dub plate did, it did produce larger bass peaks. So I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting on getting more information from the guy that gave me my reference audio. There's also something of a call going out on the Dogs on Acid forum in case there are people, and a guy who knows him was asking optical, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'll get optical masters. Examples of literally the digital master sent to whatever the name of the house is, the dub plate mastering house that was the big deal in UK at the time, and a rip of what the dub plate was that came out. Ideally a nice and clean rip in case anybody actually did that. I don't know if they did or not. And apparently it's a bit of a gag because people are behaving as if I just want access to the rip of the dub plate just so that I could say I had it or something, which is funny. I would think that these people would trust me by now, but I honestly don't care about that part. I think it's amusing, but that's also why I'm not showing you this. This is the guy that gave me the information, and they say they're going to be able to give me more. But I will see whether that gets me an ability to zero in on an even closer version. You might end up with multiple copies of dub plate if it turns out to be the case. If I can get even closer to what a dub plate would naturally be, and then if I hear from somebody from the Dogs and Acid forum that has an even better reference, oh, that would be great. I'd love to keep developing this. But yeah, it's not really so much about whether you're going to get a high meter rating, so much as whether you're going to be able to get the sonority and mid-range and mid-bass emphasis of a real dub plate. And I think that's been going fairly well. There's also another thing that I wanted to announce, which is my friend Bacon Paul has released his final version of this. Six Signs version 110 is out. So this is the point where he is putting it aside, and he's working on other things for a while. So this has all manner of stuff that you get to do now. And indeed, Paul also has the 6 signs VST. This is the thing I was telling you about. This is his final version. Got this keyboard over here. I am patched through my my monitor, meaning big curvy screen, but yeah, I kind of get a sense of what this does. So yeah, it'll make noises. That's fine. I don't need to show you any more of that. We already know you can plug a keyboard into it and make noises. But beyond even that, the new version has additional other stuff. It still has the ability to do the resampler engine using either the original one that it came out with, which I like. I have a plugin waiting to be done in my coding stream, in fact. And if I can make it show you it. See how I've got a plugin ready to happen called A=4? I would like to do a variation on this concept that he found to be inadequate and didn't actually like. But I sure like it. He's calling it Lanczos A=4. Paul coded a sort of high efficiency, very CPU efficient version of a downsampling routine that only used 8 sample positions. It does a downsampling with a FIR window of only 8 samples, and A=4 means his central point of this sync interpolation kind of thing was at 4, meaning that there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are the only sample positions that contribute to the output of the algorithm. And he used this to try to make the downsampling for 6 signs, and then wound up discovering that it didn't sound exactly the same at every sample rate. But I thought it sounded amazing, so I begged him to continue, and indeed, we still have access to it, and we have access to a linear interpolation, and we have access to a zero hold, which is even faster. And each of these things have sort of increasingly raunchy, but also punchy audio qualities. You can do SRC expensive, in which case every sample rate will sound pretty much identical, but I find them all to sound kind of plastic. That is using a much larger window. So it can theoretically also be slightly more high latency. I'm not sure how much that. I do also know of Dexit. I have a copy of it, in fact. I like this better than Dexit. When I ran Dexit, I ran it at no emulation of actual DX7s and just tried to take the native output. So this is already doing what I want. You've got these. I'm happy that this hasn't been touched, because this, to my mind, is the sound of the engine of the synthesizer, and all the other stuff is ways to modulate how you make sounds happen. And again, I favor this Lanczos, but then for things like, I don't know, kick drums and stuff, I would actually go for the zero hold or the linear and just not ramp up the frequencies so high. It'll be a little crunchier, but I feel an increased physicality from the output of that, and that output, I should say, the output like the shot put. And everybody else who works on this synth thinks I'm completely full of it, and they don't consider that there's any advantage to be gained from not using their fancier algorithms, and they think it is extremely foolish to be using something like zero hold or linear. And I'm the one who feels like I'm getting certain sonic benefits on certain things from using the simpler interpolations. My guess is it is less pre-ring on the filters, because all of these filters are phase linear filters that have pre-ring and post-ring on the filter frequency. And the more exaggerated and expensive, SRC expensive or fast or whatever, the more pre-ring they will have, whereas A4 is very minimal, and he hoped that it was going to be good enough, but then found that it still had some differences in the sound. And of course, linear and zero hold have absolutely no, they don't have a filtering pretty much, so there is no pre-ring or post-ring. And if you're the kind of person who likes vintage digital stuff, you might check that stuff out. Here's the other things that are in here, which are not necessarily having to do with that kind of engine stuff. There's a lot of stuff that went into fixing all the details of things. This PM, when I was fooling with this and making these sounds, it didn't have this stuff. Or at least if it had it, it had a limited amount of it. This appears to be making choices on the basis of this. Phase modulation, ring modulation, linear FM, and exponential linear FM. And if you choose ring modulation, we get to have these other options, none of which I actually tried when making these bass sounds. But we've got options for all of this stuff. And then it looks like we've got some stuff in here too. Oh, I think that's a solo. I'm not entirely sure. But we have many options to do many things. I feel like that might be changing things by integer note values rather than just detune. So if you wanted to have something a third up, you'd go boop, and it would be a third up, something like that. I'm not entirely sure on the details of all of that. 1.0, 2. Yep, it is integer multiplications doing that. So yeah, the final version of 6 signs is what this hopefully should be. And at the point that, oh look, it claims it's running at 48K. Well, actually I know that it is because it's running on my speakers built into my Dell monitor. Because my actual computer running the big speakers is the vintage antique laptop, this thing. So let me quit out of 6 signs there. And we're getting it into some of this stuff. Again, this is not here yet. This is a plan. Pardon me. It's been a long winter. Shaking off something. Drinking my coffee. Getting as much work done as I can until 5. So this is not here yet. This is my plan. This is my plan for doing a version of that very low-pass filter, because a downsampling algorithm is basically running a low-pass filter and taking the output and passing it through. And it has to be a brick wall or as close as you can get to one. So I'm going to try to design a brick wall based on this and then give you a lot of crazier options for how to manipulate it and get even gnarlier, weirder effects than those that Paul was upset with. Because it seems like it should be possible, right? Like, supposing I use the filtering and I've got it set up so it does the thing I asked Paul for and he wouldn't give me, which is let me have the engine roll off at like 10K. or 4K, for instance. And that was a non-starter. That is not going to be part of 6 signs. Granted, I could simply run that into one of my plugins and do it that way. In fact, I could run it into, I could do the zero hold or the linear interpolation and take that and run it into a simple filter, or indeed this one that I'm looking to build, and make the cutoff attempt to be a lower frequency rather than something that high. And then it'd be doing a different kind of roll-off over the incredibly tiny window that it has. I don't know how far down it'll effectively go if you only have 8 samples. But hey, if you have the 8 samples, by using a assign function to assign the values for each of these little taps, and I see no reason why I can't also assign whether A equals 4, meaning that the point of output is in the middle of the FIR filter, finite impulse response filter, or whether it's earlier or later. I could do a backwards reverb filter where it's all pre-echo. Or if you had it going at 44.1K, one of the things that gave Paul problems was he's running at like 240K internally or so, 190, something like that. And then he's using the same 8-tap filter to filter it down if you were at 44.1K, or if you were at 96K, he still tried to do the 8-tap filter and it didn't sound the same. Well, what if you're at the 2x sample rate, like 96K, and you space the taps out in the FIR filter so that you're reading only every other sample as you go? Technically, that'll produce a similar roll-off as the one running at 1x, except for it's going to have weird interactions with sufficiently high frequencies. And well, what's not to like about weird interactions? I tell you, we're talking about flavor filters at this point. So I completely get that Paul found this particular kind of thing inadequate. But Paul also wasn't considering the ideas of like taking that very filter and then pitching it down to unreasonable frequencies so that it no longer worked effectively at what it was, or going to higher sample rates, and rather than just taking from the 8 samples at 48K, the same 8 samples at 96K being closer together, just skip a sample each time and take the same positions of the samples, meaning that your frequencies and positions are going to be literally the same. But then you've got this interaction with the sample rate that's going to be weird. And he might not like that kind of thing, but I'm eager to play with it. If I do that, I can take the same 8 positions, 8 taps in the FIR filter, with number 4 being the primary one, and then everything else is signs fading back to 0 on either side, and the amplitude of them depends upon what your roll-off frequency is. Well, if we can take a spacing at 48K, and rather than consolidate it together at 96K, keep the spacing at 96K, that also means I could take a spacing at 48K and just widen it out completely so that we have essentially a weird reverb impulse that thinks it's a filter and would be able to roll off lower frequencies than the normal spacing at the expense of having really weird sick interactions in anything upper frequency, including very audible high frequencies. And it would make strange, terrible things happen, which could be great fun. And you know something? That's one of the secrets of the original iron oxide plugin. That's one of the first plugins I ever made that was popular with people. it does a filtration that is an FIR filter. It's a bunch of spaces, and it doesn't use any pre-ring samples whatsoever. It's only post-ring samples. But the spacing is spaced out using prime number spacings. So there's no reason I can't go for the like comb filtery kind of effect of spacing the taps out in a simple 8-position FIR filter. The reason nobody does this is because it's not technically correct, but nothing's stopping me from doing it. But we'll get on to that later, or perhaps today if things go really well. Because we're in the middle of trying to make this damn d-crackle work. So again, where I left off, I was considering, and let's see whether I can get a reference to what I want to do with this. I'm chattering a bit because I'm streaming, but I'm also not seeing lots of chat, so I should leave that alone. And nothing's really stopping me from paying attention to my work and actually doing the coding stuff preferentially. I think probably what's going to happen here is what was that? J, was it? Yep. Don't need that many options, thank you. So what's going to happen is we're going to get a int that is going to go 0, 1, 2, 3. Because just casting stuff to an int, it just throws away everything on the other side of the decimal point. It's the same. It's not the same thing as floor, though. And you can see why you can't simply cast things. In particular, you can see why you can't simply cast things for dithering and truncating purposes. Because if you just throw away everything on one end of the decimal point, think about what happens as you go like 1999, you throw that away, you've got 1. 2999, you throw that away, you've got 2. 0999, you throw that away, you've got 0. Negative 0999, you throw that away and you've also got 0. You've doubled up the number of times that the truncated part will settle on 0. So that's where floor comes into play, because floor of negative 0.999 is actually negative 1. It's rounded to whatever is the least in that. It's probably something that I can check up on. I'm pretty sure I'm already doing this correctly in my dithers and things, but it's something worth checking. Anywho, options. And I think I think this is what it does. Or perhaps not. I would expect it to indent. Ooh, hi. That's literally the wrong thing to do. Okay, you know what? I can look up how I've done this before. I've seen this before. This is your really basic stuff that people are supposed to know about, but you know, I have many things to think about. This is only one of them. So I have no problem with looking up extremely basic stuff that I'm supposed to have by heart because I'm thinking about other things. And I'm not the smartest guy. So you're supposed to do this, and that's why it didn't do what I wanted. And I think that's going to be correct. And we'll just fix the rest of it. And we got to put in a break. Otherwise, it'll run all of those options in sequence, which is something that you can do. And in fact, I have done that on purpose in some cases. You can do a reverb thing or whatever, where it takes all of the options or any lesser amount that you want. Brack. So here's where I put some of that other stuff in there. And just keep that like that for the moment, because here's where I can stick other stuff. Man, Chad is just sitting there patiently listening. One of the things that I'm thinking about doing is when I move forwards on the making guitar stomp boxes and stuff, doing that thing I told you about in a previous stream, where I do desert bus pricing, loading ready run desert bus pricing, starting at $100, and every successive stomp box that I build of that type is 7% more, and that gets crazy, but starts out as reasonable. I can make little drops of information for people who are actually paying attention to the stream, such as I have the capacity to do some of my point-to-point wiring using copper tubing. It's very tiny. It won't look like tubing at all once I get done with it. It'll look like a heavy gauge wire, but copper tubing means the skin effect is doubled because there's a hole going through the wire. It looks like a wire, but it looks like a relatively heavy gauge copper wire, but it's actually a tube. It's called capillary tubing. Anywho, we've got this. And that is something that I could show. So what's going on there is I can show what the raw click output is, and I can show what the smoothed output is, or the smoothed or raw click version. Let's do a little bit of that just in order to do it. Just because we can. While I get my thoughts together. Oh, that's not correct at all. Didn't mean to do that. I am not sure to what extent this is going to be a firing on all cylinders day or derping around coding and making people understand that you don't have to be smart to do this. Or rather, I shouldn't say that. I have plenty of friends who would get mad at me for saying that I was a very dumb guy and not smart. The point is that the process of going through doing stuff like this is not necessarily unattainable. I've just been struggling with all this for many, many years. And I try to learn from what I've already done. And now we have a normal clicks control that can do a variety of different things. For instance, we can apply it to a little section. That is apparently normal, and that makes no sense at all, but okay. Let's see what's going on here. We'll just hit undo a lot. That's what. So apply that. Okay, here we go. I think it wasn't registering the value. So that would be the declicked version, and the first one would be the, yeah, I see. So I've got it labeled backwards now. It's clicks, normal, and then raw modulation, or the raw click signal, and then the smooth click signal. And the smooth click signal is manipulated via gate frequency. So let's keep dialing that back. And you can see how it's taking some of those clicks away. So I'm on to something here. It just I need more. There needs to be a lot more of what it's already doing. And then this would be the raw click signal. Assuming I've got this part right anyhow. And this would be the smooth click signal. Except for maybe the other one was. So let's change gate frequency. That is the frequency for which the smoothing is meant to happen. Addo Fiddler, oh, I feel ya. Bacon Paul is probably going to be the person to ask for that. I'm only able to generate base EG. Yep, yes it is. I'm only able to generate audio units and VSTs in the area that I work. Even the VST3s are beyond my capacities, but the consolidated plugin is the one that generates things like, I think, LV2 and clap and VST3 and VCB rack. And so that's the version that would end up becoming an AIX version if that's possible. Unfortunately, since I'm not the one able to do it, I can't tell Paul to do it. He does this stuff on his own, and I'm not giving him anything to do it. He's just doing it because he's nice that way. So that's where that would go. Consolidated does have a GitHub bug report section. Lack of AIX doesn't count as a bug, so be nice if you ask for it there. Anywho, gate frequency is now considerably lower. And this is my raw click, and this is the filtered version. If I apply it, it looks like this. And if I zoom in on the clicks, what we see is that my trigger section does this now. To some extent, this is what I want. It's just not doing it extremely enough. Instead, what it's doing is it's able to zip over like that. But then if I lower the frequency even more, what we're going to get is progressively more rolled off versions. And in order to fully replace the click and crackle, it needs to go all the way to the top. But what you're going to see is that if I do it this way, it's no longer able to do that. It's not able to top out in that way. although it's doing a good job of smoothing the onset of the replacement with the different sound. And the purpose of stuff like this in low pad is this is meant to operate as like a dry wet control. It's supposed to swoop over to the filtered version rapidly enough to replace the crackle and then right back again once it's done, but without making an audible pop. So some of that works. And then if I go over to this and apply it, you'll see that if I do this, on the whole, it's able to switch over successfully. And it switched over to the non-crackle version. Or indeed, if low pad is turned all the way to 0, it switches over to silence. And that's what I've got working right now. Meaning that if I undo it, and then I switch over to, I guess, yeah, so that's the click version. And this is the declicked version. We'll do this, and then we'll apply it. And then we go and look. And what you're going to see, if I can find one of the spots where it's actually removed a click. And I might or might not be able to find a spot. It's hard. Ah, found one. This was a click. So rather than have a click be here, it has gated that channel to silence. And you see what it's done. It might be gated to silence, but that's not correct. It should be following through with that waveform where the click would have been. But no, that's not what we've got. Instead, we've used the click to literally remove the audio completely. And so while this has completely taken out some of the clicks, it's not good enough. It's more than we had on a Thursday, but it's not good enough. Also, I'm going to take a moment. It's not all that cold, but I tell you what, let's do this up properly. Say hello to my little friend, the wood stove cam that I hadn't set up. And then I'm going to set up now. It's still close enough to winter that I can see, like, throwing another log in here. No harm in that. Stepping away from the coating might also be good. The brain can solve problems without pushing on it too hard. There we go. Let's see. Temperature is still warm enough to engage the catalyst. and it's going to catch and get going, so that's fine. And having stepped away from the coding, I'll step right back momentarily. And we'll try to solve this crazy d-crackle thing. And you might think that's a very easy thing to solve, and you'd think it would be, but at the same time, clearly it's not as easy as all that, because the go-to plugin for solving something like d-crackle is actually Cedar. And Cedar will cost you more than $2,000 to be able to d-crackle. It's a whole noise reduction suite. Very fancy stuff. But I mean, if it was that easy to do, somebody would have replaced that by now. You would think that there would be a market for making a d-crackle plugin that was really good, if the primary one that people use is a $2,000 plugin. So clearly, and this is my experience as well, clearly it's not that easy. So let's get back to trying to do this not easy thing. And yep, the trick is you can't simply make it be a noise gate like this. That's a crackle noise gate, but it's not actually good enough. Undo it. We are trying to identify noises like this and remove them. Will I show off that pedal board someday? The one that you saw a brief glimpse of as the camera went by it? Sure. It doesn't have my personal stomp boxes in it yet, but it does. You really want to see it? I'll show it to you. John Dobb Superfan 369. Do you want to take a moment and look at the pedal board that I've come up with for guitar stuff? Bearing in mind that I don't actually use all of those stomp boxes, but I have accumulated the ones that I like over the years. So, yeah, tell me if you want to take a moment and look at the pedal board. I will grab the portable camera and go and show it to you. But yeah, what we're working on here is a way of analyzing where a click happens. And bearing in mind, each individual dot is a sample. So I have to identify a sequence of samples that act like this, because this is fully at 96K. Although maybe we don't need to be specifically at 96K. So here's some of what we've got. Here's one thing I can do. We'll get that a looping. So I can switch over to normal / clicks. That's only the clicks. Threshold is how much any individual bit pokes up above the surrounding areas. Window determines the size of what I'm measuring. Meaning, yeah, Gabriel, that's exactly what I must solve to make this work. So what I'm doing is tracking 3 places. We are tracking the middle section and 2 outboard sections in the audio. And what you're hearing is when a sound in the middle section is sufficiently louder than the loudness of either of the outboard sections. And that's how I was able to identify some of these things. Widening the window in this case, has some interesting effects as well. And interestingly, if we drop threshold all the way down, we're getting a pretty continuous audio. And it honestly doesn't sound that much like it's changing. And that feels weird to me. I feel like I should be able to cut out the behavior by aggressively moving window. So we're going to stop for a moment and investigate why it's not doing the thing I thought it was going to do. And the stuff is fine. Oh, gate. I can make it apply using gate, but it's not really working very well just yet. I'm going to want gate to be able to work on d-click before it hits this. This is applying a minimizing filter. So I can think of one thing to do immediately. Can move that down to there. That'll have no effect on what we've already got. And we can make even more cases for gate using different things. But yeah, I had a separate question going on. So we'll leave that alone for the moment. Right now, what that did is d-click currently goes to very high levels this way, potentially. And we're having the Bezier curve attempt to reach those levels, except for that's not correct, because what we want is a combination of those things. We want it to cling to the high output so that the Bezier curve goes between 0 and 1, but smooths the onset and offset of, offset means something else, don't mind me, onset and switch off of the transition between gating and not gating. And again, it's not a gate, it's a dry wet between two different waveforms that are coming through. That's not what I was exploring. I was exploring something like this. Adjust delay equals G times K short minus 2. In theory, this will extend outwards to the longest possible delay or short to the smallest possible delay. That's not the one. If I move this out of the way so I can reach here and then look at G, G should tell me. See, it's all of my little delay boxes go from 0 to G short. G is in fact window. G is in fact a float that goes from 0 to 1. So I should be altering the size of the window. Why am I not altering the size of the window between full delay and 0? That's the question. Perhaps because I'm simply not using it yet. So here's where we apply Bez cycle, Bez samp L, Bezier filter, that's not the part we care about. Here's where we start doing delay banks. It goes from 0 to edge delay. So this is determining how big all of our delay banks get to be. This is what we get to add to it as we go, which can have bez, head, so on and so forth. Those also go from 0 to 1, so all of this should be working. And if it's not, that's a whole other question. So let's see whether maybe we've got things all backwards. And we're casting everything to ints, and we're casting g to an int while trying to calculate with it. So if it thinks everything is ints, then g is pretty much always going to be 0 unless it's 1. To get around that, we can have this parenthesis encapsulate everything that we're doing around g. G is a float, I sincerely hope, a double actually. Yep, it's a double. So we can cast k short minus 2, which otherwise is going to be an int. This inside the parenthesis is guaranteed to be an int. We could cast it to double by subtracting 2.0. And forcing it to be a double. And then everything inside this parenthesis is going to be double precision, so it's all floating point. And it's going to be 0 to k short minus 2. And then we force the output to be an int, which it would have anyhow. And now we see whether we can have it acting any differently, because that was kind of a world of mess there. We might be onto something as far as getting different behavior, because that could have honestly and truly been a big old bug that I didn't spot first off, that would have gotten in the way of me doing what I'm doing. Here's how we found it. Going back to this little section, going back to the plugin, it should remember everything I was doing. But now it's keeping those exactly the same. It's making that be louder, and that's because threshold is engaged so much. So now we've got that engaged, and there's our output. So if this is what Windows is doing, does it change more now that I adjust this control? It's supposed to be a little small thing. Can we make it be different? I feel like maybe that's different. Yeah, see how it kind of sputters? But when I have it this small, it's not sputtering? The purpose of window is to take little moments like where the click was and have the peak of that moment be the distance between it and the points around the outside edges. Because it's not going to be necessarily a one sample click. It could, and if it was, window would be tiny, window would be that big. But instead it's going to be a different size of click. And then we drop threshold down to where, oh, using the wrong control. We drop threshold down until it's engaging every little tick, but it's also engaging some of the audio. And then, if window expands, we've got the 3 points, one of them being, we'll flip you off with the points. One of the points being the click, and the 2 other points being the sound around the click. If it's a one sample click, these 2 other points that are being measured are very close to each other. But then if the window is large, those 2 points are very far away from each other, and you can fit a lot more in between. It'll start registering like bass hits as clicks. So let's see what happens when we select obvious audio. This is with the window being extremely narrow. Then if we widen it, it does actually sound different this time. So I think I'm onto something here. See, this would be a window that is so small that it's not actually useful. But there's going to be a section where it will be the same size as vinyl record clicks. Then there will be a section where it's substantially larger than vinyl record clicks. Also, I believe I have it engaging with a filter which is assigned to the same frequency as my low pass, and I'm not sure if I want that. I might want to assign it to the same frequency as my gate. Here's what happens when LP frequency is different. LP frequency is filtering the stuff on either side of the central sensor, which moves in and out based on what window is doing, and filtering those, and also applying that filtering to a itself Bezier curve filtered set of points. So I'm rolling off a rectified version of the input signal and comparing it against the middle point, which is not filtered at all, but which is also rectified. That's what I didn't have going on Thursday. And if I change LP frequency on what is already being filtered, we get this. See, it's more filtered. Or we have it very unfiltered. Window gets to be smaller. And see, if we have it filtered a lot, more stuff is coming through where it's supposed to only be clicks coming through. So now that I've got that doing its thing anyhow, I hesitate to call that working, but it's doing something. I'm wondering about making another thing to try. And the thing that I'm interested in trying what if I take this threshold stuff that keeps poking through? It's the raw signal. It's the raw output. And like do a slew only behavior. Subtract something having to do with maybe the size of the window might be relevant. But the threshold thing might need to be the raw output of the audio, but subtracted from the previous sample of the audio just to squish away low frequency stuff that's like poking through there. But here's the thing. Crackle is on left or right channels. It's typically not mid, mostly not mid, nor is it side. So this is the example where I can get that threshold, the click part, subtract previous sample, or something along those lines, subtract the previous channel from the opposite channel, meaning that I'll be rolling off, but then the sample rates I'm running at, like 96K, and so I can't simply use literally the previous sample. What I'll be doing is subtracting a more filtered version, and I am actually working with a more filtered version because that's what this filtering thing that I'm showing you is. The way that we have this going, where if we've got it doing this, and you hear some lows poking through, but then we filter it less, and there's not as much lows, that's because I am comparing it against previous samples and subsequent samples. I'm running this little delay buffer, and we're comparing the thing in the middle of the delay buffer from the stuff in the very beginning and the very end of the delay buffer, and that's how we're trying to find a shape like this. We're trying to make a delay buffer about the size of that shape so that it'll be looking for stuff specifically and only like this, and subtracting stuff from the opposite channel. There's probably other examples like here. There's another tick. That one has even less in the opposite channel. There's actually, they do seem to have a tiny little bit of in-phase-ness there, but what we'll be doing is subtracting the opposite channel because the stuff on the other side of, like here, look at this, look at this. If we're looking for this section and how much it pokes out above everything else, we can subtract the opposite channel from what we're referring to, and in fact from that very thing. And it'll take away a little bit of the loudness of this click, but you can see mostly it's not. Mostly the stuff in there wouldn't be subtracted from the actual part of the click. But what we've got, say, in this area, or here's where a click isn't, we subtract the body of that from that when there isn't a click there. Even though it's the opposite side, it's similar to if it was a mid-channel thing, where it'll be taking away from the stuff that we're working with in the parts that we don't want to have popping through as a click. Excuse me. We can look here. We want stuff like this, and granted it looks a little bit out of phase, and I'm not entirely happy with that, but we'll call it a 2 microphone recording and say that that's why it's doing what it's doing. Or maybe I can find a bass frequency in here. Moments like this. If we are doing this, or if we are doing this, and we're looking for clicks, the clicks are going to be different from what the waveform is doing. So it's going to be spiking way out over here or over here. Maybe a little bit of it in both channels. But mostly we want to take this stuff away. We can take what we've got in the one channel and subtract the opposite channel from it to do our little slew only thing. And we can even, run a bit of a delay. Again, our clicks are like yay wide. So if our clicks are like yay wide, and we're referring to the stuff on the outside edges of this little window to monitor something in the middle of the window. But before we do that, say we're looking at this channel here, we check what the outside edge is doing and go, let's subtract from the middle point just to see whether it's really a click or not. We're going to subtract what was in the other channel at that beginning point. Well, there's a positive wave swing, and if we subtract from the other side, oh hey, that's also a positive wave swing. So that could be going in a useful direction. And granted, it's not all. Honestly, I'm not sure whether bridge rectifying it will help. It might. But we're trying to make it not hear stuff like this, and only hear stuff like the click. We're trying to cancel out the music and leave only the clicks. And then we're trying to use the click as a sort of gate, a sort of window to swap between the regular sound and a filtered version of the sound that won't have that click in it. And we can just straight up filter everything, but then all of the high frequencies goes away. I can already do that. Like here. Can't do that right now, but I could. So this bit is already working a little better than I had hoped. Here's our first Bezier version. Second version is a rectified version. Here are A, B, and C delay lines. So we're already doing certain things correctly. When I say we're looking for a sensor, this is where that gets done. So the positions are for tuning a window, and we're generating trigger L by reading delay bank A, and we fed in input sample L to delay bank A. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're also going to be listening to the output from that, so basically I'm looking to see how I'm reconstructing this. So d-click, fabs trig L, so trig L is not rectified yet. We're not actually doing the Bezier filter. Out L and out R versus out Bez L and out Bez R. Bez is the smoothed out version. I also wanted to do another change here where I was at it. Second Bezier filter. We're going to make that be dres B and control it based on the other control. Now it's going to listen to the second slider rather than the first, and the first only controls the filtered version that we're swapping into. And the second one controls the way in which it does this swapping. And again, you see that the second one, we're feeding in absolute value of input sample L and input sample R. It's one way of doing it, but we're also going to try something else. So it's near, far, half trig, trig R, out L, out R. So I am simultaneously, like technically, I could be doing this with one delay line. The reason I'm doing it with two delay lines is because I want to maybe have the trigger for making this switch over happen not happen at exactly the same time as the place where we're listening to the output. Because we're listening to the output, let's say out R, we're listening to A and B. And we can separate them like this. Trigger and out both listening to the same delay bank. The bank is working the same way. The only difference here is that we've got two separate controls. If I listen to both of these things, and we could in fact do that, trig L, out L, check this out. This will have just replaced one of my settings with a flanger. Let's see if it worked. Because this is the thing that's supposed to do a particular thing. Let's see if it worked. Again, it's supposed to have these two separate things in here. So let's get it rolling. We'll move low normal clicks over. Halfway trig and halfway raw have now become a flanger. So through zero flanger. And that is because I want to be able to have a separate timing on the trigger and the raw output. If there's a gate that opens and closes at a certain speed and it hits one of these points where there's a click and it decides that there's a click, I want it to be able to start switching over to the filtered version before the click hits. And that means that the click must hit first. And I can probably even demonstrate that process like this. Hear faintly the click? Now it's darker. The closer I get, the less space there is to have a click in. So I'm going to want a space around this big. Also, window will affect this too. Because if the window is so small that the click doesn't fit in it, it starts to treat the click as if it was just a transient. Again, the trig and the raw are different places in this window. Right now I'm only listening to the output of that. And we can plainly hear that up here, we're not getting enough low frequencies in on the click. But over here, we probably have more low frequencies than we need. And it's not going to care what any of this does, because we're not using these at all. We're listening only to the raw output, and none of the filtered things. So we got a little flanger. What that means is the size of window must fit around the click. And granted, you can't really see it go by there, but size of window has to be big enough to fit all of click, otherwise it does this. And now it's too small for the click to fit in. So it has to be a wider window than the width of the click. Only then do you hear the click with all of its frequencies. And then in order to have it switch away from the raw signal into whatever else it is that we're doing, whether it be silence or a filtered version, it has to switch over to the click before the click actually hits, and so we have to have this trigger hitting before, otherwise it will just start switching over as the click hits and you'll still get some of the click. So there has to be a window around this. And that is a factor of window. Like, if window is very small, we can only go so far. If window is very large, then the difference between those 2 points can be smaller because the overall window is bigger. And this is going to be stuff that's sample rate dependent, and where I'm going to be trying to isolate the sound of the actual click there. So we got that much going on. We're not doing anything with this third Bezier filter yet. Ooh, although clearly the third Bezier filter should be using the second control rather than the first. So zooming in a little bit to this. This is the one that smooths out. I could be wrong here, but this is the one that smooths out the speed of that gate. So I'm thinking I want that to be independent, and that can be the same speed as the smoothed out control voltage version that I'm using to compare click to. And right there we were not actually hearing any of the processing. We were only hearing the window itself and the amount of offset between those 2 points. And those 2 points are generated from here. Again, I've got them all the same. One of the things that I don't have yet is whether it needs to have a separate offset between the raw and the Bezier filter. So I can, while I'm at it, let's play with that too. So now this is not going to be a a click thing so much as I'm going to listen to, let's see, out bez minus out r. We're crossfading between these two things. Now if I do this, it's going to also be kind of like a flanger, except that I will be hearing the extent to which having them line up perfectly is actually correct. Because these are on separate controls for a reason. See, I've got halfway raw and halfway bez. That is the output of the softened filtered version controlled by LP frequency. Works like this. So it's supposed to cancel out if this is really lined up just right. That is not necessarily true, though. So I can kind of hear it a little bit. Sure enough, the cancellation that we have if we were swapping between these two things that's canceling out. And then if we do an even slower Bezier filter, it cancels out over here. So we got a moving position here for setting up the correct position of this filter. It's supposed to be canceling out, but it doesn't sit where it's supposed to. And if we have it at full crank, you hear what I'm doing where I am positioning it so that it cancels out the sound. That means that the Bezier stuff is slightly delayed, or honestly it looks to me as if I'm delaying the Bezier stuff even further, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And yet, there it is. See, we can set it up like this where you can hear it. And we find this point where it's canceling out. That's the point where these two sounds match most closely. If you were crossfading between the raw sound and this Bezier curve filtered sound, that's the point where they would line up. However, and I can even do it with this section here where it's louder, when I start filtering lower, all of a sudden it's at a completely different place. And if we make the tap for the Bezier come in sooner, it's not canceling out at all. It's a completely different part of the waveform. But then if we delay this part more, actually, no, filter it that much and we can't even make it cancel out at all. Probably if we used a larger window. Well, a larger window and filtering it higher. See, larger window, we're subtracting the filtered one from the regular one. So that's our maximum cancellation point. So that means there's going to be an algorithm in here somewhere where the setting of LP frequency gives me the offset amount for halfway Bez. And part of my job here, if I'm going to be using this, is to find that spot. And again, Windows is going to mess with me by removing my ability to offset it that much. Which might be just fine. One thing I can do is let's listen to either of those in turn. Also, what with all of the drinking of coffee, I'm going to have to run to the can in a moment. But before I do, option now goes up to 5. Or 0 through 4 counts as 5. So now let's listen to the raw output, and this will help me document what I'm explaining. So we build that without changing anything else, and it's going to produce other results, and this is how I can dial in some of this stuff. My fire is running low. Do a little quick demonstration. Excuse me. So now we've got this. Here's the raw sound, and then here's the Bezier filtered sound. See, here's LP frequency. It's now just only a D-res filter. That's now all we're listening to. No d-crackle, nothing. It's only a filter. Full bright. Completely subsonic at that stage. And this filtery bit is being delayed by halfway Bez, and this raw bit is being delayed by halfway raw. And then if we subtract the one from the other, easier when it's not filtering as hard. We have this little spot that is basically maximum flange, maximum lined up so that these are hitting correctly. And if I change the Bezier filter, that changes the amount of delay in it. So while we are, and again, raw signal, including crackles. Maybe you can't hear that super well, but I can. And there's a click. Zoom in on the click. But then if we go to the filtered version, that's now a low frequency sound. And we can't filter it out. Although sometimes it just makes it louder, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, difference between that and our little crackly version. the idea is to be able to isolate clicks and stuff and switch over to this just for long enough for the click to go by and then switch back. And in order to do that, they have to be delayed appropriately, that they would line up. So if you're doing this and then you instantly switch over to this, it gets to be seamless, switching over and switching back. If they're not lined up this well, it won't be seamless when it switches over and switches back. So that's another thing I gotta figure out. And window is going to have some effect on that, clearly. So what I'm going to do is sort of leave that going quietly. Lean this over. Throw another log on the fire. I should not be drinking more coffee, but and so I won't. I'll be good. And I've got about, let's see, 3 more hours to figure this one out, or I will have failed to do it for another day, and that would be sad. Hopefully I can get this one done today and move on to other things. I have a goodly number of plugins that I can post. I do have other plugins I can use, but I really would like to get this one done. Really, really would. So I'll get back with you momentarily. Alrighty. So that's looking good. Fire's going. Time to try one of the things I was talking about. Although honestly, I'm tempted to try to solve this lining stuff up problem. I'm tempted to try to solve this lining stuff up problem because I know I'm going to have to deal with it. And it's on my mind at the moment. It is coming to my attention at the moment that this lining stuff up problem, and you heard what it was doing, where as I changed the Bezier curve thingy from first Bezier filter, giving the rolled off version, which is what we're listening to when we listen to it, and it's being fed into a delay bank along with everything else. And then if I change the filtering, it moves it relative to the original sound so that they no longer cancel out. And I need to find the spot where it cancels out perfectly. But that needs to stay the same as I move the other control. So what are we looking at? D-res A becomes larger. It's a double precision value. It literally steps relative to the other sound. Because if that 1 divided by integer, 1 divided by d-res a, that's what makes it be cream coat rather than crunch coat. It's moderating the d-res behavior. Technically what that means is the offset that I'm looking for will also be stepped. The offset that I'm looking for will be a factor of d-res a specifically. So let's work on this some more. We can use K for that. I should label it if I do. These are all out of sequence, but a lot of them are going to be built in once I sort out what the actual correct values are. Like window might well be a parameter of overall scale. It might be a factor of the sample rate. I'll just find an appropriate setting, have it be a factor of the sample rate, and then just build it in. And I'll test it using this audio clip scaled up or down to different sizes. Technically, I can have any window that I want as long as the spacings of things are in order. So K is now called add d-res factor. We're adding it to halfway bez. I wonder if I can. How long of a word can you fit in the interface? I certainly can't on VST. VST only lets me have like 7 letters. But we'll see what the AU does with it, because that's the one we're starting with. D-res A times K is what it would be. Where do we do it? We do it here. Is that the one that we wanted? Yes. It's going to be a factor of this. K goes between 0 and 1, so right now we're scaling it down. It might very well end up being that I want to have increase that number. But this is all literally between 0 and 1, so might not be too far off, honestly. And F is where we start, and then it's going to be scaling up based on what the filtering is doing. And I don't think it can actually break if the variable gets too large. I don't think it can break if the variable gets too large. I'm generating this value well, I can test it. Yikes. What's it think it's doing there? Why, Sarah, have you made an enormous space? Oh, because I haven't finished the parenthesis, that's why. There you go. And now if I was to hit return, it would go to the usual place. So that was weird, but that was Xcode, this very old version of Xcode, trying to figure out what to do with the spacing. So there's that. So now we've also clamped it so that f doesn't get to crank up to larger than 1. Let's see what we made. With our little safety control in there. And we will see what that funny labeling did. Wow, okay, it prints it just fine, but it makes everything scooch over until there's room to fit all the letters. This is why not to use so many letters. It just makes it look ridiculous. But I'll write a novel in there and see if there's this giant space to the size of it. Anywho, this is no added factor, and that's lots. So there's dry, there's filtered. Here's my canceled version. If we add more of this, it'll get fuller because we've changed the position. But it sure hasn't changed it by much, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I can plainly hear that although this is changing the position by adding the DRes factor of LP-freak to halfway bez, it's not doing it by nearly enough, so let's make it do it by way more. We'll do it by a factor of 10. We could do it by even more. Could do it by a factor of 100. Then 0.1 would be a factor of 10. And 0.01, which we can still do on these controls, will be what we just had, which is not enough. So this should be in with a chance of doing the correct thing. And there's one way that we can think about doing that, which is we'll run it again. We'll pick a nice solid section where we can hear what it's doing. Because right now we don't care what the clicks are doing so much as we're trying to dial in this funny thing. And then we're going to have halfway raw and halfway bez be exactly the same number. Can we tune it into what is a relevant delay? using only this control. Well, that was more effective than expected. So in theory, we can dial in an appropriate amount using this. So if we had a very low frequency, it's closer to a factor of 10, but not quite. It's not going to have to be as small as a factor of 100. But we have to start with a larger factor. So that's interesting. It doesn't want to do it now. How about now? I'm supposed to be hearing it cancel out. Let's split the difference. Not hearing it cancel out. That's weird. This is weird. Why is it doing this? Well, I'll tell you what. Never mind that adjustment. Let's see what we do now. There's our cancel out. We just made it go lower, so we would be adding some more. How much more? That much more? Perhaps not. Okay, so I feel like we go lower in frequency. We start to get into that zone where the crossover is so low that it's not canceling very well. And then if that's literally at 0, that's such a small amount that let's just do it over again and have it not be so much. So let's not do a factor of 100. Let's do a factor of 10. There's also the possibility of scaling it differently, like d res a to the power of itself. So it will be adding much more to the setting the lower you go in frequency, because d-res, or do I have it? Hang on. I might be correcting in the opposite direction. So it's correcting in the opposite direction. Never mind. We want to do f minus k times d res a something something something. And I'll tell you why. Those really low frequency settings are a small number. The high frequency settings are a bigger number. And half-Bez positioning has to become larger when the frequency, the low frequency settings. So we're going to be making the half-Bez position closer to 0 as the frequency goes up. I was doing the correct adjustment, but I was doing it backwards in the wrong direction. Having now made that change, let's see what we got. And none of these things actually need to be run every cycle, so I could actually be putting them up where the other controls are. But whatever, one thing at a time. These are the ones that I'm hoping to be able to just take away completely and have it just automatically do what I want. I don't want them to end up being controls that people have to fiddle with, because they should just do what I want. So where are we at? Back into the breach on this slight detour. Actually, I should say subtract deres factor from halfway best, but then that would make this line even longer, so let's ignore that for the moment. Pick our loud section where we can hear what it's doing to the sound. There's halfway best. And that's such a low frequency that we no longer have a relevant sound. But if we subtract, we have our cancellation. In fact, we can hear some of the offsets here. Here's one of our more maximal cancellations. But this stuff is not yet right. Boy, it's getting sensitive. Let's try the filter in a different range. That's very good cancellation right there. So, very good cancellation here. But that filtering is still moving. So which direction do we want to adjust at deres factor? 7, 8, 2, 9. Not bad. What I'm shooting for is to find the ideal spot where moving LP frequency does not change the amount of cancellation out that I'm getting. And I'm not there yet, but there's a chance that I'll get there. Much smaller. Okay, this is a little more promising. See? Sounds like it's canceling out here, but also here. It's a little arbitrary. It's a little sensitive. Let's not worry about this stuff up here. It's probably fine. It's pretty good cancellation here. So what happens when we go down here? Which direction must this go in order to be canceling more? And then while we're at it, we've got really good cancellation here. Start losing it going down into the lows. And we got even better cancellation up here, but then we lose it again as we get too high-pitched. Stops being willing to cancel for us. And this range is a nice quiet range. So normal clicks gives us both this cancellation factor that we're monitoring, the raw sound, and the filtered sound we're working with. How much is this filtered sound taking away clicks? And again, this is purely de-res in a big way. So again, this range appears to be canceling out, meaning that these two sounds, this one and this one, are lining up. Let's go over to a clicky section. There's a bunch of nice crackliness. But if we were to filter it, it's still kind of audible. Okay, so tell you what. Let's dial it in around here somewhere where it's really filtering the heck out of it. You can kind of hear that there are pops and clicks, but they're being very strongly suppressed. Although if there was big bass happening, that bass would be taking everything over really. You'd only be able to hear bass. Whereas up here, where it was canceling out, you can kind of still hear the clicks. So let's try to make it cancel out down around here, where we're filtering really, really, really hard. Again, position of halfway bez is the additional delay to the one being subtracted from the other. We're trying to make it flange, we're trying to make it cancel. Add de-res factor, which is actually subtract de-res factor, controls this part. And that seems to be a spot where it's canceling out pretty good. Let's go back to the audible part. Again, this is supposed to cancel out. We're not supposed to be able to hear this stuff. And it's going to struggle to do it because the de-res filter doesn't really cancel out, but we're trying to make it cancel out sort of in the middle. So now, if we add a large amount to this number by causing LP frequency to be a larger number, like this, which direction must this go in order to compensate? From 0.05. It needs to go this way. So we just made halfway bez a little larger and then changed this one as well to cover. We do have a lovely cancel out over here. Only problem is that's way higher than we want it. Maybe we just need to add a whole bunch. Again, down around here, we've got a very heavy roll-off. And our crackliness is really seriously suppressed. Go higher up and you start being able to hear the crackliness again. But there are areas where we're kind of translating the crackliness into lower frequency pops, and that is not ideal. Again, the more cancellation this has, the more seamlessly these two will transition between each other. If they canceled out perfectly, they would transition between each other without a pop or click or any sound whatsoever. I could do that with just a switch. There's going to have to be a transition time, but if this was... let me think. Ooh, we can make it break. It's not happy when we do that. And that is because we are subtracting rather than adding, meaning that we are making the adjustment go past a section where we were previously unable to reach. So there's an array bounds error coming in, because we're subtracting instead of adding. So if add deres factor is too great, and it certainly acts like it's moving into becoming too great, we can make it cancel at a different place. So what we're really trying to do is find the spot where the cancellation is correct. Let's find out whether 1 is our offset point. That would be kind of funny. gone too far. So either this means sweeping it the one direction is adding too much in one direction and taking away too much in the other direction, or the literal opposite. That's the best I've got for you at the moment. And we are still able to get it to full cancellation. I'm going to guess that we can split the difference to some extent. Let's see what we get. See the noise that just made? Is the noise of reading array values that don't exist. It's a buffer smasher. And in fun though that is, that has nothing to do with what we're trying to do right now. So, although I'll tell you this is starting to sound optimal. And I didn't really expect that. And yet, here we are. So let's see what happens when we keep fiddling with it. Smaller amount. Fiddle with halfway again. I think it's probably good to have that point there. See, we have total cancellation here. Another little section here. And buffer busting over here. Perhaps not even. Maybe not even. No, I think we don't have enough subtracted to do that. Here's where it starts cutting out. And it's where our filtering gets really intense. So this whole area, from this amount of filtering to around here, which is considerably less filtered. All of that is lining up fairly well. And we're not going to want settings up here anyway because it's not filtering enough. It's not filtering out the clicks enough. I'm going to want it to be around there. So I think we've actually got some settings that seem not completely out to lunch. Can I get it to make sense of this? Okay. I'm liking that now. I grant you that's a little bit painful and awful, but I'm feeling like that's getting me close enough to what I was looking for. So I've got some answers. I'll quickly grab a picture of the settings because this is going to go away when I close the window. Now let's try to punch some of that stuff in. So halfway bez needs to be 0.726. And half rise going to be 0.5 because you don't get to fool with those anymore. Half trig, not sure yet, but we're going to assume it's going to be something. And K is add dres factor is 0.11 times 10. I guess that makes it literally 11. Or no. No. No, it makes it 1.1 is what it does. Let's check, make sure. Sure enough, I'm not wrong. Okay, although I still have not adjusted it for changing the delay of the window, and that can change everything. Let's go back and play with that a little bit more now that we've removed some of these controls. Might have been precipitate, might have done that too early. Who knows? Time to find out. If I can get it to work, it'll be awesome. Proves to be difficult, I'll say that. Still got my test stuff going. It's all about making all these various little things work with each other. So, here's my filtered sound. Here's dry. Here's the two subtracted from each other. Now if we change window size to be smaller, we've caused it to cancel out more in this region, which may be fine, I don't know, if we make window size larger. We've got a very closely defined cancel out range. So if we want this mid-range to cancel out nicely, it has slight vulnerability to window as well, and that's a little frustrating. It wants to change based on window, which means I can read that as well and apply that as well. The only question is how much. Again, we're trying like hell to make it sit at the top point of its little flange with itself. So where does adjust delay come from? G. So it wants GA. Well, what does it do if rather than 0.726, we literally start with G and pretend that's the right amount? What does it do then? That's the root for that change. It could be doing the right thing, or it could be doing literally the opposite thing I want. I don't know yet. And we still haven't touched actual d-crackling in freaking hours. But it's a complicated beast. This is me trying to tune up a particular aspect of it, without which it will fail to work. So we're just kind of in for it. It is what it is. Here's our cancel out. And this no longer does the thing. Remember I was going to fool with window and see what that does. Seems like I can use window to dial in the optimum cancellation point. Only problem is I don't want to have to use window to dial in the cancellation point, because it's not supposed to be forcing people to use window to dial in the cancellation point, so that's no good. We want it to sit around at this level of cancellation literally all the time. So it doesn't like that much. What about this? Okay. Wrong motion. Wrong thing. Hang on. Too many damn controls too close to each other. Sucks. Goes up there. Oh, jeez. So. And that's just it being broken. So don't mind that. We've got about 50% effectiveness on window. Windows like doing opposite work. Windows totally doing opposite work. What we do about that? Let's apply half of it. .363 is half of what the previous optimal setting was. Doing this, we split the difference between what the previous setting was and what basing it on the window size does. And I'm hoping like hell that gets ever closer to what I'm trying to do. Don't need that. Don't need that. Because then we can start doing things with actual click removal. It'll be all the more effective if this works. That said, I could just supply it with a bunch of like magic dials that you have to twiddle until it sounds optimal. People would probably like that, but I wouldn't. Surely there's a way of doing it properly. Here's our cancellation. Okay, we have good cancellation here. Maybe that's good enough. I'd like to believe that was good enough. That's good enough. Moving window will probably make that stop canceling as well. Let's find out. Totally. But you can still tune it. And if we go down here, oh wait, you want to go back. If you go down here, at that point there's no real tune stage. That is certainly my hope, Jonathan. That is certainly my hope. I'd really like to believe that I can bring this down to a simpler form. Right now it's posing issues. But then that's the way of this, I guess. Also, I could be, just in case it gets cold, throwing another log on the old fire. Or two. That is certainly something I could do. If I do this properly, I can also have the charcoal left in there burn itself out a little more effectively, leaving ash rather than leaving a thick bed of charcoal. Spring comes around and summer comes around and I won't be needing to do that anymore. For now, I still do. And off it goes. And back we come. One of the things I can do, assuming that everything isn't thrown into chaos when I start fooling with other sampling rates, because all of this is literally just at 96K. And although I could design this to only work at 96K and be like, haha, that's what I'm using, deal with it. Ideally, it can adapt itself to other purposes in smaller sizes. Ideally. So right now what I've got is a bit of a mess. Well, one thing I can do, if we have that going on, let's just quickly, for funsies, without saving, run this whole conglomeration at a completely different sampling rate and see what the heck it does without having changed anything. We didn't change anything, and it's picking different frequencies, that's for sure, but it's more sensitive to where it cancels. Yeah. What does it sound like? Ran it down around this low. Here's where we can hear some of those clicks. Here's our cancellation. Okay. That is acting suspiciously like I can get away with simply having the same range of adjustment. And what might happen is you would dial it in to be perfect using slightly different settings if you were running at 44.1 versus 96K. Also, let's stop and check this out. $44.1K, your window is only this big. Which means, what happens when we adjust window size? Yeah, trap in those ranges a little bit so that it can't be set to obnoxious settings that sound ugly and break. And it sounds like this sort of thing could actually be used and work. This would be the rolled off version. Bear in mind, it's also a little bit like me using Golem on my two different speaker inputs, the mic speaker and the DI speaker. If it's possible to adjust it to get a sound, the way that it goes through some of that stuff can be adjusted to taste according to what it sounds like when it switches through the threshold. So you give it a range of frequencies that it can hit. And you give it a range of window sizes it can use. And you're off and running. So where are we at? We've got these. We don't need to adjust any of those things here. So we'll cut them and put them up where the actual control adjusting happens. Namely, after adjust delay. And that should work. What the heck is G? Oh, G's window. Okay, so G's window let's assume halfway raw is always 0.5, so E is now window. And halfway bez is what we've been automating. All these go from 0 to 1 just as if they were VST controls. So now we've brought some of that stuff in a little bit. And low pass frequency, we can mark down what that actually is later. There's a range it can live in, and I'm going to want to trap it to that range and allow the full range of the slider rather than having settings in the slider where it cannot be used. Similarly, window size is going to have settings where it can and cannot be used. However, I don't need to deal with that right at the moment. Although here's something I could do. Do. And there's where the click trigger goes in. We still got gate frequency going on and we're doing nothing with it, but let's quickly check and see whether this did what I thought it did. Can trap in the size later. A little more than 2 hours to go today before I get to have my tacos and celebrate having successfully done the best d-click. Well, maybe not. We'll find out. We will find out whether I'm completely full of it or whether I actually have something that will work. So half trig, don't have to worry about that. Window is the thing which sits over here typically. Let's see what we got. In normal clicks, here's our cancellation. Yep, that's canceling. Let me go this far down. So there's definitely these nodes in here where you can tune it to be perfectly lined up, or as close as you can get. And that's the darkest it'll go. And then we're never going to bring the LP frequency as high as this, so we have to trap it in so that it is not as high as that. Probably a fairly limited range of adjustment for both of these, honestly. Not super limited, but I could kind of see those could almost be presets. Try to find the right amount and just use it. And then threshold still works. Here's the full sound. And increasingly it is cutting it out and trying to have only clicks and pops and crackles. Like this. There's our loud click there. And as we increase threshold, we stop getting it. But as we reduce threshold, there's the point. And threshold is going to be a thing where you kick it in and everything goes dark and you are applying too much. But it's supposed to be able to do this. And do we have anything on K, or is K now removed? Let's assume K is removed. Yep. Looks like it. And we don't need to worry about this. In fact, it'll never be larger than adjust delay because it's actually subtracting rather than adding. Oops. So we're not going to worry about that. And we're not going to worry about that. In fact, we have reintroduced half of it. And all of this is doing the best it can. Going to move that there so both of the things that use the variable d are next to each other. And then half trig is e, which can start at 0.5 but doesn't have to be, and half raw is literally 0.5 times adjust delay. I'm going to make a little note while I'm at it. Because these don't get the full range of adjustment. Honestly, B wouldn't either. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. You listen to a mix of dub plates on YouTube if you have awesome subwoofers. You listen to your electronic music that's being produced on CDs and stuff, and your subwoofers will go completely crazy, and it'll be really impressive depending upon what kinds of music you're listening to. Dub techno, oh my god, ridiculous. Start listening to dub plates and it's like your subwoofers aren't freaking there. And it was quite interesting. And it still made them sound good. You could tell there was something that was supposed to be there, but it really changed it. I have hopes future versions of dubplate can tune that in to be a more accurate emulation of what goes on. It seems possible that I could make it be more accurate than it is. So where are we at? Here's where we're at. I had spoken of wanting to subtract opposite channel information. We've got the first Bezier filter. Second Bezier filter gives the rectified smoothed version. And here's where things start getting interesting, because trig L and trig R and look at that, it looks kind of like this doesn't need to be in the sequence it's in. Looks kind of like we can put that up where trig L and trig R are. So here's what we can try to do. Because again, there's our half trigger. It is actually not an absolute value yet, although it could be. So if we were so here's what's going on. These are all reading from delay buffers. Trig L and trig R, those things are offset. They're hitting a little bit early. And in order to effectively cancel out mid-channel stuff, we'd be looking at doing something that's a lot like slew only. It's the same as all of that flangey stuff that we were doing where we were canceling stuff out. If we take trig L, for instance, which is the raw output of that channel, and subtract the opposite channel I'm trying to think of what the polarity is going to be. That's the trouble. That's the thing. So we don't actually want to subtract literally the previous sample, because the size of our clicks are much bigger than that. So what we're going to want to do at any given moment, if both of the channels are in phase, so there's mid-range information, we want to subtract from the one where there's going to be a click slightly earlier on the opposite side, and that will cut down mid-range information somewhat. Implying that just possibly I've got the rectified version of these, and so I could simply take rect L and rect R. It's the Bezier filter. That doesn't, this might actually be a time when I should just try something that seems like it might work, because all that trouble that I've just been to, with fiddling with how these things interact with each other and making them cancel out by subtracting them from each other might not matter one bit if my window size is closely enough correlated to the size of the actual clicks. That implies that the beginning of the window size, no matter what it is going to be pretty accurately representing the amount of delay I need. So let's see what happens if we simply do this thing. Rect_L and rect_R are near L and near R now. So we got that going on. d-click is relating to this stuff, and it's minus max near L and near R. If threshold is not as large, then we let more stuff through. What if we're subtracting threshold times the opposite of whatever near L or near R is? Of course, we're comparing against max, and then we're using threshold. So this is a wild thing to try, but that never stopped me before. So we're going to see what happens. Minus threshold times L near R, and threshold times near L. So effectively what that's doing is it's acting a little bit like slew only, except for not. And we're going to try it and see what it did. We're still applying our window behavior. We're still applying threshold, but now we've just altered threshold radically using the opposing channel. And it could be exactly what we need. It could be literally the opposite. But I know what I want it to be doing if it was in fact correct. And that just didn't do a thing. Come on. Here's our filtered, try, canceled. I think we have normal and clicks inverse. So let me check that first of all, because it will only confuse me if I've got it wrong. I do have it inversed. And I can fix. There. See, because out L minus the result of this is supposed to give me clicks only. So, in theory, this now gives me the correct result with that control set at 0. Yeah, Jonathan, dubplate is much stronger than mastering. So if you need dubplate to get your sound, mastering isn't going to do enough to get your sound. But you could adjust your work to make it so that it would be closer to getting your sound. Here's what we got. Interesting. Okay. Threshold can't go up loud enough to help anymore. That's interesting. But stuff's happening that's interesting. So I have a, maybe half trig is going to help. No. It's kind of burbling. Threshold stopped working when I did that. So that's interesting. Also, I don't have the Bezier stuff engaged, but that's fine. And that's fine because I don't want it to be engaged yet. Although I do feel as though this can move back to where it was. And does any of this stuff use d-click down here? I suspect not. No, that's just the audio I'm passing through. We can move this here. And that'll still be fine. This stuff down here is not being used at the moment. And that's fine too. Worry about that later. So where we left off, the struggle here. Oh, and that's my suggestions for what to do this time. And we're just beginning to try to do that. So something having to do with threshold. And this is what it was. So when I made fmax abstrig L minus threshold times near L, maybe times near L isn't what I wanted to do at all. Threshold has to be a positive number. If near L or far L are large numbers, they're going to make it more difficult to hit a threshold. Oh, hang on, slow up. I could simply try plus. Then the result will be typically fabs trig L or trig R minus threshold, also minus near L and near R reversed. Let's try it. Times was lousy. Maybe plus will help. This is likely to make smaller settings on threshold more available. Or perhaps even make 0 settings on threshold work. but plus is going to be the correct one. And again, rect is the rectified version, so that's always going to be positive. That is not going to be a negative number. See what we got. I'm going to predict that at this point, whether or not it does what I want, it will at least be able to isolate the crackles, and the setting that I'm looking for, clicks here, will only have clicks in it. I will select a place with clicks, and we're going to find out. So there's some clicks. And this is with threshold being too high, but if I lower it, aha! You can still lower it too low. But now, you cannot lower it that much. Only problem being, now the clicks aren't coming out. There's one. Can't really hear it. There's a bit of sound poking out. And that was another. That should have been a really loud click, but it's not. And then the rest of our sound is poking through here. So yeah, like we have our sound okay, but that's not working too well. And I wonder why. And I wonder whether there's something else I can do. Like, is it simply... Trig is not an absolute value all by itself. Trig is not an absolute value all by itself. So maybe we don't want to deal with max near L and near R. That exists already. That was as close as I got so far. So if I go back to this, I go back to something where you can kind of make out clicks and stuff. The difference between half trig and half raw can be a very small amount. In fact, if I have half trig set to literally 0.5, because of the halfway setting, you know, what's going to happen is it's going to return exactly the same value. So my next question becomes, can I do this slew-only kind of behavior and effectively get rid of all the bass, leaving only a narrow, flangey kind of high-frequency accentuation by subtracting not the sample-like section before trig, but subtracting the sample-like section after trig, which would be literally out L or out R. What then? So if I fully did that, here's what would happen. Doing that, I am now attempting to do a slew-only like behavior, except for I'm subtracting what was just after trig from the opposite channel and putting it in d-click and then cranking it way up and having it be the amount, and we're not trying to subtract smoothed versions anymore. We're literally just trying to, and I may very well want to, because you see, if I multiply that by a parameter, I can fade between 0 F is available for me to use. So, and I don't think it's being used for anything else. So if we do that, and it's F is set to 0, I have the previous behavior. And if F is set to 1, I'm fully subtracting the dry signal from the opposite channel. Slightly off time based on what the trig value says. And this could start getting me into a zone if my theory is correct, because again, it'll be lined up perfectly if trig delay is at exactly 0.5. And this is the kind of crap I have to pay attention to doing all of this. But if I can make it work, it will be awesome. Zoom in on that. Fire this up. F starts at 0. What do we got? Silence for starters. Because window. Oh no, wait. Threshold is too high. And I'm watching for if those clicks can come through at full volume, which it doesn't feel as if they are, and I'm not very happy about that. Or could it be that it needs low pad to be on? We're kind of using the full filtering and everything, so like I'm supposed to be isolating loud clicks out of this if it's working correctly. There's threshold. Okay, so if we have threshold being loud, and we bring in fade dry, which is the thing that I just added, and I can't really hear what it's doing very much, but that's fine. So here's one concern. What it's doing is supposed to be able to make these clicks. Well, no, because if the control voltages are going all the way to 1, it's still not going to give me clicks that are louder than what would be taken out. I'm still hearing them though, that's a problem. Am I filtered? Dry. Subtraction. Clicks being removed only. And supposedly no clicks. But I don't think it's really doing it. What happens if I just isolate a little spot? So highest possible threshold, that is the obvious click that we're trying to remove. Lowest possible threshold, it will mess with the sound. And it is. But the trigger position matters here. So yeah, sometimes it pops in, sometimes it don't. Weird. Low pad is functioning too. So this is the degree to which I can cut the volume of the low passed one, making it become just silence. That will actually show me whether or not the click is actually being removed. So these are all these things tie together. They're just not being tuned correctly. And we're trying to make that click go away. So that's the amount of it that we're taking out. But it's just not able to isolate it correctly. It's like we're trying to flange the click with the click removal. And that is because we are actuating this click at a time, but then we're trying to use the shape of the actual click as the volume envelope for removing the click, and that's impossible. What we need to be doing is trying to switch over to the filtered version for long enough for the click to pass by and then switch back out again. That's what it needs to do. Instead, what it is doing is this. The full volume of the click is a full volume click, but you still hear a clear sound even though the click was technically being ameliorated somewhat. So there's a thing. There is most definitely a thing. We don't actually have any reverb samples, so let's take away those comments. Those are not relative to what we're actually doing. We don't have any reverb samples anymore. So there's d-click. You feed into Bezier sample something. We don't necessarily want to, well, first of all, maybe we don't want to be, see what chat is talking about. That would be nice, Grant. I don't think it'll work. Let's switch over to looking at some of these outputs directly. Never mind out L and out R. Let's look at d-click L and d-click R, and gate L and gate R. Because that's going to be interesting, and in particular, our apply gate stuff, that's what we're doing this switching with. But what you're going to see, and we're not going to listen to it necessarily, is that the shape of our waveforms, our control voltages, can be different. So let's check it out. We've got it set to something where it's hitting some clicks, and we were getting action on those clicks. They were doing something. So what happens now is those are our clicks, and those are sort of the crackles. That's our control voltage. The only reason that we were listening to clicks and they weren't at full volume was because we swept all the way over from dry to wet, which swept all the way over from dry to filtered, and then we subtracted filtered from dry, or vice versa, meaning that we got this sort of delta of the effect processing we were doing, but at no point were we actually looking at what the control voltage was doing. And that's what the dry wet looks like. But that's all very sharp and quick. So if we listen to what gate is doing, well, that ends up being not quite the same. Except for gate frequency is such a high frequency now that we need to lower it quite a lot in order to see what gate could be doing. And if we use this for our control voltage, first of all, it's not going to engage as fully. But second of all, it's not going to be as crackly because it's making these little swoop shapes. Here's the problem. We need the actual clicks to ram into one of these shapes and stay at full wet for a while, not just bubble like this when it hits one of the clicks, because it'll hit the click, and then the more we slow down gate frequency, the less it's going to start doing like what this one is doing. That could be a full volume click or very nearly, but you slow it down enough, it's not able to respond fast enough. Whereas something like this section, that's where the music was poking through. We don't want that, but under here we see that it has burbled a little bit, and then it's gone full wet. Not only that, it has gone full wet in such a way where it's sort of pegging the top of the meter, and it really should be using the Bezier smoothing to smoothly hit the top of the meter and then smoothly drop back, like it's dropping back and is heading out from 0. So there's a couple of changes that need to happen, but one of them is we need to trigger this Bezier curve off of this in such a way where it will stay at full crank for an extended period of time. And one thing we can do is scan for those crackles and clicks. Hopefully they will be a fairly large number. If not, we can just multiply it by itself and make it huge. Subtract threshold, so only clicks trigger this stuff. And then have that be a persistent variable. So once it hits a large setting, it has to gradually come down again, and that takes time. So if you have a really high level, it goes poing, and then it only slowly comes down. And then what we send to the Bezier curve is f min, whatever that was, comma 1, meaning that it clips. The value itself can be a really high value that'll take a long time to return to 0, but what we're feeding the Bezier curve will make this shape on the bottom happen naturally, because it'll go poing to 1. It will smoothly enter that point because it's drawing a Bezier curve between silence and a smooth line at 1, and then it'll just stay up there until the thing triggered by the click is able to come back down again, and then it'll do what this does. Hopefully without all that chattering. There might be a way of including a gate like hysteresis, but in a way that's what we're already doing. And when we've got stuff like this, especially if it's happening fairly slowly, you're not going to notice the dry wet sort of scooching over like that briefly, because they're going to be lined up fairly well anyhow. And what you would really notice is if it suddenly switched from dry to wet for just an instant, there's going to be a click in there. But if it goes nudge a little bit of wet and then stops, that's not going to be an obvious artifact, especially if the sounds line up nicely. Ideally, it'll be possible to adjust all of these little controls until it's able to line up nicely. So what that means is we're going to have additional controls, or additional variables rather. And the thing that we're treating as d-click might not stay d-click, and the end result of the thing that we're feeding into this will go into the Bezier thing, and that'll be basically here. And we don't need to do the fmin gate L. Well, right now we're only listening to the output of the one thing, but we're able to look at the output of the Bezier curve smoothed one. So basically that's how that sits. So we need d-click L and R to be a persistent variable. Looks like we have IIR vol L and R consistently being there. We're just not using it for anything right now. We'll rename it to IIR is, of course, infinite impulse response. So it's basically just a really smooth way that we can get something to spike up to a large volume and then not come down right away. That's what that's about. So we'll use that. We'll zero the variable rather than use it in some kind of crazy undefined way. And then we're going to go in here and change that to actually Now you know that's already a separate variable, but what I've now done is changed all of this to use the one that's going to be persistent. And that was supposed to be a D. So now what that does is, and maybe we don't need to worry about the power function just yet. And we definitely don't need to worry about this. So here we feed it into the Bezier curve for smoothing. And that means we're not going to be giving the Bezier curve thingy anything larger than 1. So it doesn't need to live here. And so let's assume we've got this variable called crank. We can just arbitrarily make that a really large number, so we don't need to worry about this power function thing. Instead, what we're going to do is, first of all, and that's actually going to need to be related to sample rate. It is. So, but first, if it's not related to sample rate, we can at least do what we intended. So that makes both of those slowly get smaller. How much smaller? We'll see. But for the time being, I'm just going to leave it that way. It's going to converge towards 0. So the Bezier curve kind of swoops towards 0. And then if it is too small and the d-click is actually larger, we just peg it. We make it go to the, well, that's some of the crowds I hang around in have other uses for that phrase, but we peg it to the largest value of d-click. What did you think I meant? You 2025 heathens. Anyways, this should, ooh, I missed a bit. I missed several bits. All of these have to be fmin, not just the one. Which is fine. That's fine. It won't work unless I do it properly. See there? And there. And likewise for this guy, needs to be there and there, or it simply won't work properly. And yeah. Let's see what we just did. It's not really tuned up or anything, but it might have just done something. Also, I might need to turn crank up. But there's one way to find out. And that would be looking at the result of the thing. Because remember, without even listening to what it does, we have normal clicks here. So we are looking at the output of the algorithm. There's IIR sample again, and it's crackling, and it is incurring clicks, and threshold is low enough that it's kicking in an awful lot. But if we look at our smoothed version, we see that our dry wet is acting a particular way. Our dry wet is able to spike up real high, but then it slowly seems to return to normal. And that might mean I might want it to return to normal more linearly, but it's going to be hovering. And it's going to be able to go. I do want to look at one thing though. Okay. So here's my curves. This is it zooming up as another thing hits. We've got that funny little, I don't know what that's for, but we do actually have it bang in a corner even as it goes to 1. Up here, it's 1. But rather than shooting up like this and then instantly stopping, we've got it smoothing its attack. What also happens there is if I slow gate frequency way the heck down, it should really slow the behavior a lot. And I think it kind of is. Clearly the decay is hanging out for quite a ways there, but it does seem like as it departs one, I'm willing to believe that that is a slow departure from full wet. I feel like I could believe that. And again, it's supposed to be doing a thing where, let's listen to it. Let's listen to the we're supposed to be hitting those crackles. And each of those crackles are supposed to fire that stuff off. So if we have done that, what we were listening to was spikes that begin when the click hits. And honestly, I could probably do with a little more threshold, and it probably will still work. But you see it occupies longer time. It doesn't instantly stop. It continues to go for a little ways. In fact, quite a little ways. Zoom in until we can see where the samples are. And that's a big long ways, so we could have it falling off quite a lot quicker than that. And what that also tells me is I could have threshold be higher. So back to fooling with it again. What if threshold was a lot higher? First, we'll listen to it making its loud thumps as it engages. Higher threshold. Does it still engage? Not with that click. Not with that click. How about this one? Yep. And part of it is because we have crank clicks boosted a lot. If crank clicks is not boosted a lot, what's going to happen is you can't even make it engage. So that's interesting. We could make it match threshold, I suppose. But then when we've finally done this, and we do the smoothing factor using this additional Bezier curve calculator, it will engage the clicks more smoothly. A soft thump rather than a loud click. So the question there is, does it engage the click in time to cut out the click and replace it with the filtered version? And there's one way that we can experiment and find out by literally, we're not actually using the gated version though, so maybe it's time to put all the pieces together and see how close we came. We will simply remove that bit and go entirely over to our smoothed gated version. Save, build. It's possible this will work. It's also possible I have another hour to work with it. But we'll see what it does. One thing about it, we do have it switching over to the full wet in a controllable way. And back. So normal clicks. Here's what our gates do now. Those sounds are the sounds of switching over to full click. Half trig is the amount of delay that we have as it kicks in. That's hopefully supposed to happen before the click is actually hit. And threshold seems to be working well enough that we're not actually hitting it until we hit literal clicks. And fade dry, I don't know whether that was doing anything. Possible that's not being helpful. So we got some crackliness and it seems to be engaging. We just got a lot of heavy thumps going on. So if we are doing clicks, this is what's being removed. We're not kicking in very hard, but we have controls to modify that. Crank clicks will make it kick in harder. And half trig will make it pull back to hopefully incorporate the clicks better. It doesn't look as if it's hitting the click properly though. So if half trig kicks in a lot earlier, I hear little bursts of sound, but I'm not hearing literal clicks happening. Instead, it's like a little burst of sound that aren't the click, and that's not right. Ah, got one. Go a little faster. Can we get the sound of actual clicks? Well, we can fire half trig up until it engages more willingly. Ah, that's a click. So if we crossfade it away from that, that would take it away. That's a click too. and then it's kicking in, giving a little bit of audio. So now if we switch over to the raw sound, sadly I'm still hearing clicks. But it did mellow that one out a bit. Let's zoom in. Here's a click. Except for that wasn't very loud, was it? It became just a sort of little munch. So what do these other things do? I don't know, I feel like half trig is set wrong. Surely that's the delay. Well, we can make it be louder. What if we have it kind of sputtering with the threshold really low? Okay. We are listening only to the delta of what's being taken out. So it should be able to swoop in and show us all of the loudest clicks. And if it's failing to do that, then something ain't right. There's a click. Yeah, see, it should be able to... We should have that click clearly playing. And we're not. See what we can do with the window. Half trig. What did fade dry even mean, I ask you? Oh, I know what. Yeah, half trig is the timing. And I feel like it should be smaller to capture the onset of the click. And I don't know if that's true. That's my assumption. Fade dry is my attempt at subtracting the dry signal from the exact 0.5 point, meaning that it should cancel out if half trig is at 0.5. Also, I don't necessarily need it to be at 1. This, I don't even know what that was anymore. Low pad, that's my gate. So this is fully dry wet. Hi, that's interesting. Didn't expect that. Check you out. Crank clicks apparently doesn't need to be set very high at all. Interesting. This is what I'm trying to get as a result, and when I push it too far, it becomes more complicated. Huh. For a moment there, I had a good loud click in it. Just for an instant. Just for a moment there, it acted like it was working. Just for a moment. Start from this. Go to this. Something happened. Got something going on. And then our delta there's the click, and there's what it was removed from. The question is, does that work for everything? Probably not. I do have other audio to try. It doesn't only have to be this. We've got a slight tendency to scrunch, but it does seem to be trying real hard to choke out those clicks. It's fascinating that lowering crank clicks became important. Yeah, couldn't hear that one. Now, does it mutate this stuff? Yes. Yes, it's not happy there. So let's see what we can do to make that part behave. Does it like fade dry? Does it like the opposite? Does it like low pad? That's not awesome. Not awesome. So... how high do we have to raise threshold? Maybe 0.5 is about right for this, maybe? Okay, so that's still letting sound through. Mind you, louder sections would likely also be a problem. It has a lot of trouble dealing with little scratchiness. Do we get this click? Not all that much. How about this one? Not all that much. What if we let a little low pad in? Okay, it's a bit of a scrunch. We're able to squish some of this stuff together. It's just not doing great at every little scritchy detail. Of course, the alternative is this. That little pop there. So the little scritchly crackly stuff, there's a level to which that little stuff is still there. But we're starting to be able to make the louder pops and clicks go away. Given that there's been days of doing this, it's not too shabby, I would say. Not awesome, but not necessarily too shabby. I think it becomes a thing of doing like with mastering, of setting it up so that all of the settings you can do with it all mostly work, and then just trying to dial in the rest. What else did I have that was obnoxious clickiness? Oh, hey. Kablevsky, eh? What do we got here? We've got clickses. A lot of stuff, but it might screw up when we start throwing more levels at it. Although there might still be ways I can deal with that. But, we shall see. Oh yeah, it's stroking out real hard, so that's not great. It doesn't like brightness very much. So we lowered that a little bit. Oh hey, threshold can get a lot larger, I think. Also, we can still do that power function thing and exaggerate what it's doing there. Threshold is meant to be the balancing point between full volume and everything else. Oh, now that cut it down. So we turn to this. Into this. And there's our clicks. Clearly we're going to still need that part. I can think of a couple of further things to do. I note, however, it is 4:05. It's probably warm enough in here that I don't need to put more logs on the fire, but I do need to get my tacos ready. I am at least starting to get something out of this, which is quite a bit, because it's been days on just only this one plugin, so that's rough. I'll get back in a moment. Let me put some kind of noise on. See what that does. Oh, and clearly that fall off has to happen faster.
Greatest. They just came naturally to mind. It happens that only two of them, they have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all.
This is very challenging.
How we came to make up our list of 10. We asked the scholar, you'll get a living, throbbing, almost burly Socrates.
I'm leaving this on. Oh my God. How would you like a living, throbbing, almost burly Socrates? Damn.
His classroom was often in the marketplace. Athens, like other great states, didn't always heed its wise men. It could become furious with them, even vindictive. And one measure of Socrates was his staunch loyalty to his perceptions and beliefs when they were unpopular. It is not trite to point out that the Athens that condemned Socrates has been extinct for ages, while the truth that was Socrates lives immortally. Certainly, Socrates is not out of date. Now hear him as portrayed by the inimitable Barry Jones.
How do people come to listen to me? You're as bad as the Athenians. Where do you come from? America, what is that?
This is Ed Murrow. Most of what we are told about the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal beliefs. But they are immortal at least as much because of these as because of their creative achievements. The two are hardly separable. What we of this I Believe program dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up our list of 10. We asked the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program which of the immortals of history they would most wish to hear tell their own beliefs. We have pretty closely followed their replies. We are not applying a yardstick to greatness and saying that these 10 are the greatest. They just came naturally to mind. It happens that only 2 of them are ancient. Confucius and Socrates were shaping the concepts of men 300 to 400 years before the Christian era. But the next in sequence is Benjamin Franklin. On the clock of history, his America is only a few minutes away. So most of our figures are close to us in time. But however close, they shine already with the light that marks the historic great. They would be the last to regard their beliefs as original with them. Indeed, our oldest immortal, Confucius, taught that he was no more than the transmitter of the wisdom of the ancients. That gives us a hint about the time and the process it has taken to accumulate the wisdom of the race. The trails go back and are lost in obscurity. They come closer and lead straight to the giants who shaped it and handed it on to us. Confucius and Socrates were among the first of the giants. Socrates is the first you will hear. Thanks to the dramatic art of Sir Gilbert Murray, the Greek scholar, you'll get a living, throbbing, almost burly Socrates, a man with a gusto for reason and right living. He had served inconspicuously in the army, and as Athens' most noted teacher, his classroom was often in the marketplace. Athens, like other great states, didn't always heed its wise men. It could become furious with them, even vindictive. And one measure of Socrates was his staunch loyalty to his perceptions and beliefs when they were unpopular.
Having fun with our living, burly, throbbing Socrates, anybody?
Has been extinct for ages, while the truth that
Sure could do with making the d-crackling do more about that. Here's the thing. I should be able to isolate that stuff more. I really should. I really feel like I should. Those are high-frequency sounds, and the stuff that's getting interfering is such low-frequency sounds that surely I must be able to isolate those more. Surely. So if I was to go kind of hardcore, and even though all of these clicks are considerably slower than only one sample, we could try to do only one sample and see what we get out of that. We're doing it at 96K, so this is going to be extreme. But well, I gotta blank them firstly. So Cowboys, the deal with this is I am trying very hard to make a d-click that doesn't touch the high end unless there's an actual click or crackle that it is taking out. If you say even the best d-clicks and d-pops do that, fair. Maybe that's why I'm having so much trouble with it. Because what I'm trying to do is make it so it's literally dry unless a click hits. And so far I have not succeeded. But, you know, can't but try. Let's tone this down while we're at it, because I know that I needed smaller settings than I thought I did. Here's a rectified smooth version. Yep. Type that D, damn you. So having done this, we can now change everything over to only highs, like this. And of course we gotta do this. Actually, I can do it even more simply than that. There, do this with the right. And only thing I get out of it is high frequencies anymore. And I'm going to see what that does. We've made the entire thing into a giant slew only. But now I have dry sample to put into some of these things if I need them. Going to see which of these things needs them. Back over to the burly Socrates. What do we got? That's quite funny, Ed Murrow talking about the throbbing Socrates. Dude, damn son. You're all about that Socrates, ain't you? So we're supposed to be able to get this. So nothing's really happening. And we're not getting anything to engage because it's too quiet. There's our low frequency stuff. No, those are my control voltages. That's what those are. Oh, I remember something I was going to do. I don't remember something I was going to do. We'll make that fall back a lot quicker. And then the softening can soften how fast it falls back. Well, I mean, the trouble with an AI declicker or decrackler is everything that you put out comes out of it might sound like all the other AI music that gets generated. I think the audio quality can be better than that. I wonder whether I should be cranking this up. It seems so hard to get it to engage. There we go. Now it's louder. Now it should be able to trigger things and make them turn on. Just like Socrates' throbbing questions. That's funny as heck. I honestly think that's funny as heck. And it's not because I have any objection to people wanting a throbbing Socrates. That's fine with me. I just think it's funny that Edward Murrow is saying it. Famous war correspondent. We shall see.
Of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear
Quiet. A little bit louder. Much louder. Threshold. Okay, this seems promising. So far, so good.
we asked the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program which of the immortals of history they would most wish to hear tell their own beliefs. We have pretty closely followed.
Does seem to be doing something, and it's a lot more frantic with the clickiness than it was. Threshold is always very low. Alrighty. So crank, all well and good, that's fine. But here's some of the things that happen. Here's our trig. Here's d-click, always has to be larger than 0, times crank. Here's it falling back. And if we make this d-click go to an astronomically high number, it will still take longer to fall back. And we can exaggerate that more than a little bit. All of that back. That should work. I'd love to be able to nail all of this little crackliness, and we'll see how far I can get in the next 40 minutes. Because it's 4:20, it's getting on time. Well, 4:19, so it's getting on time for winding up and getting my tacos ready. Which I am. I assume I am. Let me take a moment and check one thing. Did I take my tomato out, or is it going to be really cold? It's good. So yeah, crank. Here's an idea. Let's do input sample LNR times crank. Let's just gain stage this whole thing around that. It will make it kind of distorty on the output, but we're going to end up replacing the audio pass-through with dry sample instead. In fact, well, no, let's have fun with it while it's at. It was very quiet, so. We'll build a version of that. If we can get it to do great things in this, I believe we can go back to our original sound and it'll be amazing. because this is actually really tough. Real tough getting this to behave itself. And I'm not just talking throbbing Socrates either. So let's first of all pull that back so we don't blow ourselves up. Here's just the clicks being removed. I don't hear a thing out of Edward R. Murrow.
As because of their creative achievement, the two are hardly separable. What we of this Ivy League program dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up.
Back to clicks only.
We asked the guests who had
Control voltages. So it's kicking in to that's how we modulate that. It sounds like popcorn going off. I love that I don't hear Edward R. Murrow talking through this, though. And again, this is control voltages. This is just snapping between dry and wet at the speed of sound.
Indeed, our oldest immortal, Confucius, taught that he was no more than the transmitter of the wisdom of the ancients. That gives us a hint.
It's kind of mellow crackliness.
It has taken to accumulate the wisdom of the race. The trails go back and are lost in obscurity. They come closer and lead. Confucius and Socrates to the giants.
It's harder to tell since I'm not passing the dry or the Bezier curve filtered version through as full range, although I'm confident that I'm now triggering on the crackles way more effectively, like this. This is pretty much what I want to be triggering on. And damn, you can take threshold right down to like 0. And you still can hardly hear Edward R. Murrow, and he's talking this entire time, but it's simply not engaging on his voice. If I crank up threshold even more, then even more so. And that crackling is what is engaging our control voltage. And that's how fast the control voltage is switching back and forth. Threshold sure matters.
It happens that only 2 of them are ancient. Confucius and Socrates were shaping.
One thing about it is it's making them quieter crackliness. But what would happen if we were actually switching over to
This is Edmund.
silence?
Most of what we are told about the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic.
Well, low pad does nothing anymore because we don't have any lows left. We are like slew only at 96K, so that's very high frequency stuff. That is. I think it's time to put back the full range, which now takes the form of dry sample. So there's some full range. And here's some full range. So now the filtered one, which we're not actually using, is running entirely on dry. The smoothed version is running entirely on the high frequency crackly version, which is also boosted in volume. And let's see, delay bank A. I honestly don't know why I'm calling it AAABAC. Go figure, it's a mystery. Smooth rectified version, outputs to fade between. Smoothing. Out L and out R are what I'm going to want to be using, and that is found up here. So we work with this now. Maybe that'll do it. Let's see. Let's see what it does. We are testing it on the most hardcoriness of hardcore, the Edward R. Murrow's Fun with Socrates. Mind you, there's lots of other stuff. That's not even all of this, I believe. There are 2 albums of that. But here's what we've got.
So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all.
Okay. Crank it more. More threshold. Crank it more.
But only 2 of them are ancient. Confucius and Socrates were shaping the concepts of men 300 to 400 years before the Christian era. But the next in sequence is Benjamin Franklin.
Can
On the clock of history,
we
his America is only a few
use
minutes
this?
away. So most of our figures are close to us in time. But however close, they shine already with the light that marks the historic great. They would be the last to regard their beliefs as original with them. Indeed, our oldest immortal, Confucius, taught that he was no more than the transmitter of the wisdom of the ancients. That gives us a hint about the time and the process it has taken to accumulate the wisdom of the race. The trails go back and are lost in obscurity. They come closer and lead straight.
It's not catching a lot of that really bright crackliness, though. Why am I not hearing sputters? What if the Bezier stuff is much higher? I am confuzzled as to why I cannot hear the high frequency crackliness when I'm listening to this part. I mean, it's happening this rapidly.
England. Where do you come from? America. What is that?
This is Ed Murrow. Most of what we are told about the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal beliefs. But they have lived with these great men and women as friends, mortals, to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends, Portals, to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends, Portals, to bring us their...
Why don't I hear the crackles? The dry wet is engaging, but it's like engaging exclusively to not show crackles. I'm just getting Ed now. I'm not hearing crackles. That's weird. Okay, I think I'm starting to hear crackles. Woof. Maybe it's just not overboosting that part. Sounds like I'm hearing clicks.
Lived with these great men and women as friends, Portals, to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends, Portals, to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends, Portals, to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends, Portals, to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these...
Huh. Well, there's a thing. So that kind of had that filtered as much as I could for right then. If we go back to this, which was somewhat less super problematic. No, that's a click. How about this one? Yeah, that's an audible click. The whole thing is way quieter though, so maybe that's the key. It's just not lining up right. Yeah, there's the controller. And this is supposed to be what will show the click if the timing syncs up enough to be able to isolate it. Hang on. Placing half trig here. I don't understand why this would be considering itself before, because as far as I'm concerned, this is placing its click after. And yet, although it considers itself to be after it's acting as if that's what it needs to do. Weird. And of course, when it gets into this part, that's where we run into a problem. Run into a problem. I heard that click too. On the other hand, that behaved itself and it removed that one click. So cool, I guess. Maybe we have the capacity to do loud noises now. Kinda got that. What if we tighten that up a little bit? Yeah. Oh no, that time it did. Sometimes it suppresses the click and sometimes it don't. That one it did perfectly. It thinks it's going to do this. High little tick there. Let's try Kaplevsky. Let's see what we got. See people soon using this on not even vinyl records without any clicks, just to cause ugliness to happen. What do we got? It's actually rather well behaved compared to what it really is. Oh, that's distortion. Not meant to sound like that. Yeah, it's not meant to sound like that at all. See, that's what it's doing to it. We're not supposed to hear any of that stuff. So one thing I can do with that is go by how quiet the relative sound is, and that means tracking another hang on, that's not even the right file. Tracking another that's going to be something that gets cranked way up when lots of loud clickiness happens. But if it's isolated clicks against a background of silence, it won't be able to react fast enough. And it'll go off of G. And we ain't even using this one anymore, are we? So there's that. IIR slew L and R. This is faster. With a bit of luck, anybody that likes coding audio things, they can go back and watch some of these streams and stuff and just see the kinds of things I grapple with and the nonsense with which I must put up with. What was it, G, did I say? Yeah. Input sample is now this. So there. So if I do another one of those, it's R. And we got that. And that's going to be an additional threshold. I mean, the interesting thing about all of this calculus is having an idea of the kinds of things that I want to do. Like, I have this control voltage that modulates whether the dry-wet happens or not. What happens when the filtered versus the dry signal switch back and forth between each other rapidly? Do they merge smoothly? Can they be, like, out of phase in such a way where you can't just modulate between them? How fast do they switch back and forth? How rapidly do you transition from one to the other? It can be a little rough, I'm just saying. So turn this way up and it will hang on to its slews for longer. And put fewer of them in so it'll respond more slowly to individual slews. So there's that. Let's also give it a maximum volume. We do this to it. And then it can only go up to a maximum of 1. but it can go down to a minimum of 0. Not anything lower than 0. So now we've got that going between 0 and 1. What do we then do with it? We modulate d-click R by it. And then IR click is the sustained version. But this has to be larger than thus and so. But we subtract threshold. So if we subtract threshold and also subtract this thing that we're doing, those sustained notes are going to force threshold higher. I think that's the one I'm using. And let's double check that that is the one that I'm using. Looks like it. And let's jump right back into this noisy thing and see what we can make it do. Same thing that it was before. Afghan Jabrilov, I'm not acting like a genius, I'm acting like a dumbass, but it's okay. This is like my 5th day of trying to make a d-crackle plugin work. But in my defense, if you wanted to buy one from Cedar, it would cost you $2,000. So me trying to make a free one is nice even if I don't really succeed. Let's find that section. Oh, I bet that was the part. So there's some loud pops and clicks there, but there's also the loud music. The music is the part that needs to shut the heck up if I wanted to. So let's see what we do now. Clicks only. That's a click. That's a click. IR is at 0. Our clicks seem pretty unrestricted. Maybe it's just because they have threshold at 0. I'm still getting loud clicks, but I'm having trouble suppressing that fanfare. Interesting. Okay. Having a lot of trouble making even the loudest clicks go away, so this is still not doing well. Although I gotta admit, that's quieter than this. That was a pop that goes all the way to 0. I did manage to cut it back some. Oh, now it's just full crank. The heck? What happens if in the last 8 minutes of stream I take out the Bezier curve filter that is smoothing the control voltage? Not this one. Not this one, because that's part of the internal calculations. This one. That means I need to be going off of IIR click. Excuse me. God, excuse me twice. If I do this, it should at least move faster. That would be the hope, anyhow. Gabriel, it's nice of you to say that I'm getting there, but it's been 5 days. And you know, sometimes that's just the job, you know? Okay, here's our notorious section. Fire the sucker up and see what it does. Hello. Maybe half trig is more sensitive than I thought. Could it be that I'm just delaying it way too long and missing the clicks? Could that be? If I have no delay whatsoever, then that loud burst does its thing. So we don't want it to do that, but that's a challenging section. Not necessarily easy to make it deal with that properly. Although, I could have it triggering off of the body of the sound rather than just the high frequencies. So it's going to save that. So I can just quit. When I close it, it saves the settings. Dry sample. Get, excuse me. So now it'll fire up to maximum on bassy sounds, and that might help or it might not. We can but try. I honestly think that I do deserve a certain amount of points for just putting up with this for multiple 5 and 6 hour days without success. It would be nice if it worked, but if it won't, well, so there's one of the ideas. Half trig maybe needs to be way closer to the middle to catch these pops. And it also I maybe need to speed up the sensitivity, kind of like this. Having done that, are we going to be able to suppress that? Just barely. Crank the clicks more. It's not receiving any of those, but then that is not to say we have to clamp it. Maybe we don't. See, it's only barely receiving that. I'd like it to scale down so that it's much more sensitive during these quiet moments. Still hearing a lot of clickiness. On the other hand, if I wasn't, so here's where we're at so far. At literally exactly 5, so I need to stop, but can't quite stop because there's one further thing that I should try. I always do this. I'm going to have to stop doing this. Firstly, IIR slew is being subtracted from trig, or added to, what are we doing? So this minus threshold plus IIR slew L. There's nothing that says that has to be less than 1. If it's an impossibly large number, all that's going to happen is d-click stops taking effect. That's what I actually wanted to do. So what we do now is jump in here. We're still doing the absolute value. And it's not that one, is it? Or is it? No, it is this one. But we don't care about fmin anymore. Go as high as you want. In fact, we will even boost it. Go nuts. Be multiplied by 4. Go super loud when you can go loud. Now let's see. what we got. Is it going to suppress itself into silence when the music gets really loud? We're adding 12 dB to the suppression. Is that even enough? Let's go hard. 16 dB. After all, we can always lower threshold again, because this is going to be compensating for it in a big, big way. And the clicks and pops will come through this, but they are being slowed by the IIR filter. Back to one of our challenging, strenuous things, namely this. There it is. Now, how much good did that do? It's suppressing very effectively, arguably too effectively. Let's lower that threshold again. Wow, super effective. Damn. Threshold at 0. Okay, interesting. That did us some good. Aha, aha. There we go. It did a thing. Here's our control voltage. Spiking up real high. And here's our audio. I'm still hearing clicks. That's a little exasperating. So I think it finally caught one. Didn't catch that one though. Caught that one. Didn't catch that. Not catching that. Have a tendency to not to catch that really loud one. It's being troublesome. Yeah, I mean, it's making a noise. Our control voltage is this. and it's somehow not coming through. Let's do one more experiment while we're at it, because the thing we can do is listen to a tiny hint of the audio along with the control voltage. And we do that, we'll hear the control voltage snap, but then we will also hear the clicks and pops. Or perhaps we will have to quiet it down. And let's just manipulate this so that we can see all of the things. That is always going to be a positive control voltage. We'll make it top out at 0.5 so that we can see the audio around it. And then that can literally be the other 0.5. And before we give up for the day, because I really do need to make dinner, and I can't be doing this just because I fail all the time, there will be other things I don't fail at. This is one of the ones where no matter how many days I put into it, it's simply not working. But at least in this case, it will show me something more than it was. If we process this, undo, there's one of our big clicks and pops, there's another, apply it, and we see it blended with control voltages. So what does it do right here? Well, that's like a click or something, and then this is definitely a control voltage engaging because of the way that it moves. Let's zoom in and look at this bit right here. There's the loud part. This part was the control voltage replacing the click. What do we see? It looks a little bit like we see the control voltage kick in and then start falling away, and more things happen. It's hard to tell what was going on here. We made this smaller, but it's like it's repeatedly triggering. That suggests that the control voltage is kicking in and then going away too fast before the actual click happens. So my negating the gate stuff wasn't necessarily the best. So what we do there is slow down the control voltage again by lots. And then go right back in and look at exactly the same thing. I want to see how this control voltage lines up with the click. I want to see whether it kicks in after the click has happened. I want to see whether it kicks in before the click has happened. We're able to make it click. We're able to make it kick in. But everything around that is a nightmare of giant mess. And I probably shouldn't be using this giant ass piece of audio that takes a half an hour to load on my ancient computer. But we are, so what the hey. There we go. Please finish loading. Thank you. There's our good loud click. What happens to you, Mr. Click, if we apply this and we're looking at both the output audio and the control voltage at the same time? Hello, interesting. It has snapped to the control voltage, and only here does it fade out. But it's not fast enough. That means it's time to try some of these other settings. Like, I thought it needed to be slower than engaging. What happens if we do this? Well, it kicked in faster. There's a bit of a not reacting as fastly as I might have hoped. Undo. Back we go. Let's make it what I think is attacking very... I can at least find out whether it's attacking sooner or later based on what this is. This should be much sooner. Though there's some weirdness there. Undo. What's actually the shape of that? Okay, there really isn't anything going on here. But it's like it spikes here, and then stops, and then is able to kick in and remove the rest of this pop. But the initial pop, we're having a problem with it. What happens when I engage much later? We apparently don't kick in the click at all. What the actual heck? That's super weird. I didn't expect that. Crank it all the way. So cranking it all the way, we just... Oh, and I know what that is. I know what that is. That is it never engaging at all on this side, because that is half of the initial value as is being shown on this setting. So that just proved it didn't engage at all. On the other hand, from the opposite extreme, it fully engages, but I have this little extra bit here that is kicking in, and only after that point is it able to totally silence it. So the end result of that If we just listen to the output, that's a loud click. So on the one channel, it's doing something. Which channel even is this? Okay, it's reducing that one quite a bit. Interesting. We can't seem to get that to go away. He says as he instantly gets it to go away. I think that's a fine time to stop doing this for the day. I do not know why I just did that, but that's too funny to miss. So this is why we can never get this thing to go away. He says the instant he gets it to go away way more than it ever had for the last 10 minutes. Cool, cool. That makes lots of sense. On that note, I will continue with this. Maybe I'll make sense of it not on a stream so that I can do streams for some of the other ideas that I have that people will enjoy more than seeing me beat my head against a d-clicker for 27 hours. I don't know what to tell you, but that was too funny to miss. So, yep, this is why I can never make anything d-click, he says as he immediately makes it fully d-click. Talk to you later. Wish me luck with this nonsense. Bye-bye.